Oop, I made an oopsie. Hey. My bad. Hey. Let's turn this down just a little bit more. So, it's been a whole week since I've last been online. Um, let's see, what else is there new to report? Hmm. I mean, hmm. There's lots. I guess I'll get started with what I was doing yesterday. So, yesterday I spent about 7.5 hours doing canning of tomato sauce. So, I did one spicy and I did one regular because I'm extra that way. But also, for those who may or may not know, I do a lot of gardening and I do a lot of chili growing. Uh, I made a ghost pepper plant last, I think it was about 5.5 years. It was prolific as all F as well. It was so good. Um, it just died last year. It got a frostbite and it just didn't recover from that. So, yeah, I ended up putting some Jamaican bell peppers into it. I put two of my old ghost peppers into the spicy version. It's delicious. Obviously, I personally can't indulge, but I did have a little taste test, and I have to say I'm baking myself up with that one. What else? I got some more cards in. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. You know what else I did last weekend? I got around to. I know I showed you. Hi, Fredster. I know I showed you guys like my awesome little painting that I did, and I told you I'm getting into painting and blah blah blah. And I showed him off, but I added terrain to him. Look how cool. So I added some sand and some moss, so it's not just moss or just sand because I'm extra that way. And then I also painted this guy because these are all my practices. I'm not gonna do my D&D guys until I know I'm gonna be okay-ish or better at it, anyways. So then I got this guy. He's super cool. You know, like I got a little fancy with him. I tried changing some of the colors. Like I made him like a blue hue instead of just silver. Um, Come on, camera. You know you want to focus on this. Wait, I don't know if I should do that. Come on, camera, focus. Focus. No, it just doesn't want to focus. Anyways, I didn't put the terrain on him yet. I will eventually when I get around to it. Gotta make sure I have a good shaky hand day for that. Now that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean. Um, so I'm feeling more confident in my painting, anyways, which is awesome. I feel almost ready to get into some of the more expensive uh, figures. I'm petrified. I wish the camera would like zoom in because he's got little skulls on his like shoulder piece. I put like little red eyes into the skulls. It's pretty cool. Um, yeah, I have new packs of cards. Obviously, not opening them all. And what else is going on? Not this coming Sunday, but next coming Sunday. I forgot to turn my ringer down. I apologize. Um, Next Sunday, so the 22nd, we won't be here for D&D, unfortunately, because I'm somewhat of a jerk. I I decided to do another pre-release for Magic. It is what's it called? Something Dark Morn. Darkmourn House of Horrors. I love horror. And I love old horror and all things horror related. I tend to work on a lot of horror films, so Magic announcing doing a House of Horrors and being Darkmourn and blah blah blah. I'm obviously gonna go to the pre-release. I'd be silly not to. So I'll be going to Boo Town, which is in Stratford, Ontario, and I'll be doing that pre-release, which is super exciting. It seems interesting, and as you know, I don't like to look into things too much. I love the element of surprise. I know I said it last week, but we're getting to the age where not much is shocking or surprising. Birthdays aren't as fun, shit like that. So I'm just like, oh, I can go in blind on something and actually be surprised by something and enjoy it. Win-win, I'm doing it. So, yeah, I may or may not have looked at a couple cards already. I was curious if they'd have things like Ghostface or Jason or Freddy Krueger. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but there's some pretty cool monsters in the House of Horrors release that's coming out soon with Magic. So, yay! So what have you been up to, Fredster? What kind of nerdy things are you getting into, if anything? I still haven't beaten my Baldur's Gate 3. Again, no spoilers for all or any, but let's be honest, the game has been out for a while, first and foremost. But I've put in several hundred hours, and I'm finally at a fight with a person named Orin. I don't want to get too far into it, but it's insane. It's so insane. I made 13 attempts on that fight the other day, like 2 days ago. I spent the entire day doing it, and holy frigger am I. Yeah. That's me being frustrated. It was challenging. That being said, like a lot of the game is supposed to be challenging. It's just in every fight, no matter what game it is, every boss fight, there's a gimmick or a trick or there's something that's supposed to just guide it along a little faster, better, easier. This fight with Orin that I'm discussing is like, I figured out the somewhat trick. You got to get rid of the worshippers in Sanctuary. Again, trying not to give spoilers or too much away, but there's about 9 NPCs that are in Sanctuary that are in like doing seance stuff, and you cannot directly hit them. So you have to find a workaround to knock them off where they're stood, or kill them with like an area of attack sort of thing. 13 tries. I'll just still haven't beaten it, by the way. So there's that. But I figured out somewhat of a trick. I just haven't been able to finish the job. I do miss Valheim. I gotta say though, the new update for the was it Ashlands? Yeah, it's Ashlands. The Ashland update and their new building materials, freaking cool. Super freaking cool. The Ashlands itself is hell on earth. And I know technically it's supposed to be blah blah blah, ha ha ha. But no, seriously, it's absolute rubbish. I hate it. Everywhere you walk is death. The water around it's boiling. The monsters are insane. The building stuff is cool as shit. is very difficult to work with. I tried doing some roofing stuff, and yeah. I still haven't built one full building with all of the things yet, because it keeps breaking. That being said, I do like the challenge, because, you have to build it to be strong and sturdy, and it's true to, like, how you would build in real life, kind of, sort of. Yeah, it's just frustrating sometimes. I also finally hit level 100 on Diablo 4 and finished all the seasonal stuff. So that's cool, I guess. The game really has not much more playability for me now outside of just, it's the end of the night. I've been frustrated. I want to kill some things mindlessly as a barbarian and not think and just do. That's basically what I'm using Diablo for now. What else do I have? There's something else I wanted to show or talk about. I forget. I had like all these ideas to what I was going to come on and do and say, and now it's just poofed completely. New character for D&D. That being said, speaking of D&D, like I said, like on the 22nd, I'm not going to be here. On the 27th, we're not going to be here. It seems more and more likely, instead of doing every Sunday, we're going to start doing only 2 Sundays a month. Life catches up with all people, and it just makes it easier for everyone to work around as well. Instead of planning for every Sunday to be dedicated to 4 hours of D&D or 2 hours of D&D. It used to be 4 hours, and we cut it down to 2. But sometimes that 2 does go over, which is fine, but yeah, it sucks, kind of, but also I feel like if I have, because I'm planning on doing map making and figure painting, so if we're like not playing every Sunday, that gives me 1 to 2 weeks, sometimes 3, depending on where the breaks are in the gameplay, where I can actually build more, paint more, do more. So it gives me more opportunity to do more for the players as well, which I'm excited about, honestly. Because there's a lot of big things coming up in the game, which I can't say because our players do watch these streams after the fact, but there's some big things happening soon, whether they're aware of it or not, so it'll be fun. Don't mind me, my allergies are like really bad lately, so if I have sneezing attacks, I apologize in advance. It's been a thing. Oh, I thought I was going to sneeze, which is why I mentioned it. Thank you, Fred Sir, you do that. I will also be keeping you guys all posted on what's going on as well. Because, I don't know where. All the things everywhere. I did post our current schedule here. I'm just going to take a quick gander. So, September, we're only scheduled 1 day for actual D&D live. That being said, I know I said it last week, I am still editing the video from our in-person D&D session, by the way. That's frustrating. So, the times that we are not going to be online, I plan to post some of those videos, hopefully, once I finish editing them. There's a lot of editing. A lot. I really just, honestly, there's some points where, like, I just want to put music over it and just be done with it. Like, screw what everyone's saying. Look, just watch us. It's funny. It's infuriating doing the editing, tell you. In October so far, we will be around on the 6th, and we will be around on the 13th. The 20th and the 27th are totally canceled in October. In November, the 10th and the 17th are totally canceled. And then in December, the 29th and the 22nd are also canceled. So we already know the days that we won't be available, which is great. That helps me plan everything. And it's not just because of me, before anyone questions it. It's some people celebrate Christmas, some people celebrate Thanksgiving, some people have family events, birthday events, that sort of stuff, or work, kids, whatever. So yeah, it's not just me, I swear. That being said, primarily the two reasons that we're not going to be on so much this month are because of me. One being the pre-release that I mentioned, and the other one is the following weekend. So the last weekend of this month, I will be at a Renaissance fair doing sword swallowing. If you hear the noises outside, I'm sorry. We'll discuss it in person. Well, on Discord or via text. I do have plans. I just have to make sure the plans work for the timing. Oh my goodness, I have to blow my nose. One sec. Don't look at me. I have to go blow my nose. I would just mute all this, but uno momento. And yes, I'm a heathen. I do use toilet paper. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I'm super excited about some of the up and coming D&D plans. I also I'm starting to plan I don't want to say a third campaign, but a separate campaign, like a smaller one with only in-person people. I'll probably be bringing some strangers, some special guests, stuff like that, which is super exciting and fun. I don't want to say too much because nothing's been set in stone yet. But I'm excited. Yeah, and it's gonna I'll still be running our normal online campaign that everyone knows and loves, D&D Squared, but the other one will be separate and vastly different in so many so many freaking ways. Like obviously the maps, the characters, stuff like that. We're gonna be playing with new people and guest people. So yay! Trying to think. I came on here and there was something else I wanted to announce and I can't remember. We got the Magic pre-release. Oh, I got a new game. I know that's not what I was thinking about, but ADHD. Woo, let's go. I got a new game on Steam. It was a gift. I'm gonna load it up because I don't want to get the name wrong at all because I would feel silly. Where is it? It starts with a D. Divinity Original Sin. Divinity 2. Original Sin 2. Okay. Apparently, it's similar to Baldur's Gate. I haven't started it. I haven't even installed it yet. But I looked into it and I'm kind of excited to play it. But until I beat Baldur's Gate, I don't want to get into another RPG because completionist and blah blah blah. That's me. I'm bad that way. Oh my god, I so want to open a pack of cards. I'm so bad. But instead of doing that, so we talked a little bit about the Bloomborough Magic cards and the Commander decks and the differences of etc. etc. Again, I'm no pro. I have nobody pays me to talk about this shit. Nobody knows. I don't know really what the shit I'm talking about. I just play and have fun. So I'm not a professional. No one's paying me to talk about this shit. I just love it. Hey Jenkins, how's it going? Oh, I'm just talking about my Magic's obsessions and like wanting to open cards. I have this whole pack. It's brand new. So many cards. I can't even open them yet. Same with all my look at this. All these brand new packs of cards. So glorious. So delicious. Yeah, the cardboard addiction is real, let's be honest. I have like the cardboard addiction with the cards. I got like the mini figure painting. No, I'm not into Warhammer. I'm only painting Warhammer figures to practice for my D&D figures because the D&D figures are very expensive, and I had a friend who just happened to have extra Warhammer figures for me to practice with. So I painted these myself. I'm pretty excited about them. Obviously, my camera's not going to focus on them because that's what I want it to do. Let's turn those guys around. I'm going to start learning how to use speed paints and dry brushing. Because, like, oopsie poopsie. In that bag, worst weather girl ever, right here. I don't know where I'm pointing when I'm on my camera, I swear. The evil laugh. I got all these to paint and build and work with. But they are my friends. But I am allowed to paint them and build them because they've been sat around in a closet in this bag for years. So I was like, what? Gimme. And like, obviously, since I didn't pay for them, there's no effing way I'm gonna F these things up. So, wait. That's not... Oh, the box lid's on wrong. I was like, what the shit? Look at that. There we go, that's better. It's got like all these pieces. And I cut out, is it this one? Nope, it's not this one. I cut out some from another one. But like, I don't want to screw up someone else's stuff. They can be. When I was told how expensive these are, I was like, what? And I was like, ew. I was like, I'll paint them for you though, and we can use them. This is the other set. And like, when I say they've never been touched, like my friend never touched them once. You want to see this crap? Look how cool this tree is gonna be. I mean, what? It's all like see-through and stuff, like ethereal and crap. I'm like, what? Like, I mean, obviously, I'd probably want to put like a little bit of color in there, maybe some purple or some blue, or even like put some shimmer on it just to make it like extra sparkly or something. But like, never been touched. I'm gonna have to do all the cutting, the sanding, the primer, the painting. So I'm like, I'm chomping at the bit. I'm like a little kid. I'm like, but I don't want to fuck it up. So I'm like, shit, let me practice on your old Warhammer figures that you don't use anymore. Like, look how pretty she is. I'm so excited. Anyways, geeking out. My bad. I forget what else is in this bag, actually. Oh yeah, here's the Warhammer figures that I've been kind of practicing with. And this is from like a different set. It's like just tents and camping gear. You got like your little campfire. You got like little beds. Tons of effort. Tons. But, like I said last week, I've been watching like a couple other streamers and like professional painters. Like, there's a Dana Howell, and there's a Goober Town. There's another guy who's really good. But they're obviously professional painters as well. But I've just been watching them to kind of learn what the process is, and then I was watching them do the difference of like regular paints and then speed paints and then the dry brushing. And I feel really confident after painting those two guys. And again, I don't want to screw up someone else's thing. I would feel massively bad. I know he could repaint over them, but I'd feel bad anyways. Oh yeah, I think this is... Yeah, these are some of the guys that I was just painting. The Minotaurs. Minotaurs. I like it. And then, yeah, obviously, like, I got all my magic cards. Oh my god, there's so many. I mean, that's true. I just, like, I get in my head about it, right? Especially knowing it's someone else's thing. And I'm just like, oh, don't let me screw up someone else's stuff. Like, I'd feel terrible. But you're right. We are our own worst critics. It's habit. Well, the thing is, Fredster, these things, like, these are so old, it's probably like 10 cents per character. But if you were to 3D print a character that is one of these guys, it's probably going to cost them maybe like $3 to print them. But I do know two people that have 3D printers. One of them being the person that's been lending me / letting me abuse all of their figures already. They just got a 3D printer and are learning how to use it. Also, yeah, you would get it, Jenkins, totally. I used to be a tattoo artist. I also do some traditional drawing, but not so much anymore. But, like, so they have a 3D printer that they're learning. Boo Town Hobbies and Games, which is in Stratford, where I'm going and where I do go for my pre-releases of the Magic cards and series, whatever I said it's there. He has a 3D printer, and then Eclectic Fox, they also have a 3D printer. So I know quite a few people that have them. Oh, actually, my other friend has one too. They're the one that 3D printed me the Dick Cup. It's like, no, it's too obscene for Twitch. Anyways, it's like a can holder, but the handle is a giant dick. It's amazing. I love it. But yeah, so that's 4 people I know that have 3D printers. And I do plan to get them to 3D print me stuff for the D&D and for some of the other things that I have planning to come up. But again, using my friends' old figures that they've had for 10 plus years, it's probably just better to use them. And like I said, if I F up, they can be reprimed. It's not that hard. It's just a mental game for me where I don't like to screw up things with my friends, and if I make a mistake, I'm forever gonna see it. It's just me versus me as usual. I am actually super excited about this new fucking series, though, for Magic. I really want to look more up about it, but I also really want the element of surprise. I love new things. I don't like when people tell me that they have a surprise for me, though. That's when I grow impatient. If you're going to surprise me, just do it. Don't tell me you're going to do it. Yeah, it's totally not Twitch friendly. Is it awesome? Yes, I can tell you that. It's hilarious as well. But it's not Twitch friendly. It's bad enough that I can't stop myself from swearing and I have to mark my stream for adults because I swear like a sailor. All right, going back to the Bloomburrow commander decks. So I talked a little bit about my personal favorite because I have all 4 commander decks from Bloomburrow here. Bellow is awesome. The trash pandas, the raccoons. Aw, lame, Jenkins. Freaking ads. Also, yay ads, but freaking ads. Yes, actually, before I get into like talking about any Magic cards, yeah, we were actually just kind of discussing that. So, our next D&D stream is going to be on the 15th. That's going to be our only D&D stream of this month, unfortunately, because on the 22nd, I will be in Stratford at Bootown for the Magic pre-release of Dark Morn House of Horrors. And then on the 27th, I also won't be available because I'm going to be at the Oxford Renaissance Fair doing sword swallowing. So there's that. But that being said, I have the schedule up already. In October, we will be streaming on the 6th and the 13th. We're only going to be doing roughly 2 days a month for the next little while. Everyone's getting busy. Holidays, Halloween, work, life, family, blah, blah, blah. I can give all the excuses I want, but instead of doing every Sunday, we're only going to do 2 Sundays a month now. It also is going to really help us stick with it, I feel, because doing it every week, not everyone can keep up. And that being said, with how crazy everyone is, as I'm sure you've noticed, I have a hard time sometimes keeping up with the story that I constantly have to change, or my ideas constantly have to change, especially with other avenues of work that I have going on and shit. So it's like, meh. So we'll be... Exactly. Yeah, you totally get it. So then in November, we'll be on the 3rd and the 24th. Obviously, I'll be posting the schedule here on Twitch. And then in December, there's actually 3 Sundays there's 3 Sundays that month that we will be available. The 1st, the 8th, and the 15th. The 22nd and the 29th, we will not be available. So, again, I'll post the schedule. You don't have to remember this. I also have some really big plans for D&D, and like I was saying to Fredster, I can't really divulge too much because my players actually do watch my other streams, so I can't like try and sneak surprise you guys with anything, but I can say I have some pretty awesome plans. I do have some physical maps that are going to be coming into play, obviously. And I do have potentially one or two guests that will be featured. Sorry. As like either an NPC or a playable character for that one event. As much as I can say, I want to say more, and I can't. Bad cray. Don't do it. Yeah, I am really excited, and I also am working on another campaign, which is going to be outside of that. So I'll be running 2 campaigns as a DM because, like, I don't have enough going on. And it's all going to be in person and physical maps, and it's so going to be epic, and I'm really excited for it. I don't know when we're going to be able to start that because I have a lot of work to do. I think probably because I'm personally streaming every Wednesday now here. So I think next Wednesday I'm going to paint a figure or two, or maybe build a figure and paint it on stream. Just so I can get started on my big bad plan eventually. And, oh my goodness. I gotta show you. I don't even know if Jenkins is paying attention right now, but I gotta show you guys. I'm gonna go grab some books. The same friend of mine who has all these awesome fucking figures, and I'm telling you, they got more. They got so much more. This is nothing. They are a collector of collectors. They had all the old D&D books, and they were about to sell them, and I liberated some before they were sold. So I have some super awesome old D&D books. I mean, it's really tempting me to go back and do some like 2nd edition, like really badly. It's making me want to do it. Yeah, right, Jenkins? Right? I'm gonna get all the books. 1 sec. They're so awesome. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Look! Look at all the liberation I did. I liberated all of these books. Let me just. Oof, they're kind of heavy. Well, yeah, and Wizards of the Coast just recently said that they're. Oh, I'm winded. I ran up the stairs with these books. Shouldn't have done that. They announced that they're going to be updating 5e, but like not creating a new edition or anything, just updating it. So that's frustrating since so many people are now very familiar with 5e. It's terrifying. That's fair, and thank you. Even if I like toss some ideas at you, we can like do some brainstorming or something. But like, This isn't even all of the collection that they had, first and foremost. Let me just say that. I allowed some books to not be liberated. It took everything in me to not. I I got so excited. I'm at the age where, like, I actually was raised around people who played D&D. Believe it or not. So when I saw these books, the nostalgia and the excitement, these are OG. And just, even if I can't put them to use, the art, the stories, the smell, it's just so awesome. Like, look at this. Like, seriously? Just beautiful. Like, what one is this? When did this come out? Eh, 1983. A year before I was born. And like, the art is just, like, epic. Like, come on. It's only a year older than me, so I guess I'm doing good. And, like, I don't know, I'll just go, like, to a random page. Let's just open it up in the middle. Oh, those are weird looking little creatures. But I love it. Like, just, what the heck? So cool. So, like, we got the Monster Manual 2. There's there's actual modulars in here. Oh, what are those things? Oh shit, I don't know. I was just excited to show you. Uh-oh. I don't know what page that was. I'm sorry, Jenkins. Like, trying to go back, like, I don't know. I just saw something that looked like Mike Wazowski. I can't find them again. I'm sorry. Okay, the next time I'm actually going to look them up. But, so, Monster Manual 2. Dungeoneer's Survival Guide. Let's check the year. 1986. I'm 2 years older than this book. That's it. That's all. And let's see, like, what's the survival guide have? What is it? Oh, there you go. Ooh, an overview of the Underdark. Natural underground locales, the underground campaign, using the information, new rules for underground play. Like, how cool. Like, honestly. Right? Terry Pratchett. Movement rules for underground play. What else do they got? Craftsman proficiencies went back, like, because not a lot of people offer crafting abilities in games anymore. Natural hazards, hireling loyalty. Right, Fredster? That's what I'm saying. I was like, I am liberating these books. I am so in love with the nostalgia. Like, mapping your settings. It even teaches you how to make maps. None of our books today teach us how to make maps. Our books just give us maps. That's freaking cool to me. Nerd through and through. Right? And that's so what? That's the Dungeoneer's Survival Guide, 1986. What else we got here? Monster Manual number 1. What year, though? Holy shit biscuit. 1977, 1978. I wasn't even like a twinkle in my family's pants at the time. Like, come on. This is like OG shit right here. Ooh, look, I found a succubus. Wait a second, there you go. It's right. And that's the other thing. So I'm an artist too, right? The art. Like, look at this stone golem. It doesn't even look like an actual golem of what we know anymore. It's so awesome. Like, I don't even know what that creature is. It's cute and I want one though. Yeah. Look at this guy. Being eaten by maggots. Gross! It like, and they even smell old too. If you're a book lover, you get it. Look at this. Look at this cover. Arms and Equipment Guide, 2nd edition. Do we even want to know what year this is? Like, it's canvas. The hell? You don't make books like this anymore. Like, let's see. What do we got here? Table of year. Copyright 1991. 1991. Arms and Equipment. Ooh, there's colored pages though. As you can tell, I haven't really gone through all of these books yet. I literally only just liberated them. I went through a couple of them just because I was like, ooh, monsters, cool. Like, man catchers, other equipment. It shows you all about knives and lances, all the damages that they do, what they're capable of, things that our 5e doesn't show us or explain to us anymore. Different types of pole arms. Leather barding, scale barding, like horse armor. Do people even play putting horse armor on, or horses just horses and that's just that? Like, how simplified is 5e in comparison? Well, here's a big I went through this one a bit. I've gone through this monster manual. I haven't really looked at the year. Like, this is also just the first page. Like, complete use of the book, which they don't do on most books anymore. No, same. I give my party the choice of having horse and carriage and stuff, and sometimes I try and destroy their horses. But does anyone think of arming the horses, putting armor on the horses? No. That stuff just, it's gone. Ooh. Let's see. How old is this book? TSR copyright 1993. And like, let's just open a random page here. Boop. Ooh, horse. So funny. We're talking about horses. Open up a random page. Horses. Weird. But yeah. I'm gonna move this one. Wait, let's move that. There you go. And like all different things like climate, terrain, frequency, organization, activity cycle, diet, intelligence, the treasure, alignment. The mass quantity of amount of information that's given is amazing. It used to be, yes, Jenkins, it was a thing. You had disadvantages. You had to make sure that you had your animal handling, and if you failed your animal handling, you were at a disadvantage for attacking while you were on a horse. It was so much better, is in a manner of speaking. For new players now, 5e is a lot easier for so many reasons because everything's like super simplified. That being said, the more complex stuff is like the shit that I'm kind of into because it adds more dynamic and depth and realism to the gameplay. That's just for me, though. But like, it goes on to say draft horses, all the information, war horse, pony, wild horse, riding horse, a mule, and then the horse tables, it tells you all about, so for the draft, the speed, half speed, and 1/3 speed. It's so cool. Like, so cool. What else we got? Oh, the mods. Here we go. Check this shit out. This excites me. I like creating my own adventure, just saying. I like writing. I like creating. I like creative writing. This is its own adventure for characters level 1 to 3. And let's see, when was this? 1984. The year I was born. So crazy. God, I'm nerding out so hard right now. I'm so excited I get to show you guys this stuff. So it, by the way, it's just a folder. It's not an actual book. This is the book. But your cover to your book is just a file folder that has a fucking usable map. How cool is that? We don't get this stuff with our books anymore. It's like, what else is in here? Starting your adventure, the Western Trail, Northern Trail. It gives you the full story. It tells you all about your villain. I mean, it's like any other adventure, kind of, but more in depth, right? And like, you can cut this out. Look at pre-generated characters. It's cut out. It has all the dotted lines. It tells you all your character information. Like, what? What do we have? Let's see. Let's pick Catania. First level fighter, strength 13, wisdom 10. Blah, blah, blah. AC 2, plate mail and shield. Weapon is a spear, short bow, and 2 daggers. It even tells you what they are for damage. Adjustments, +1 strength bonus to hit rolls, damage rolls, and when opening doors. Also has a +1 adjustment to reactions. And then the back says her alignment is lawful. She stands 5'10", tall, weighs 140 pounds. She has a strong sense of right and wrong and often speaks her mind no matter what others think. I'm going to need my glasses, sorry. My eyes are getting fuzzy. I'm not old, you're old. Just stab myself in the eye first. Excellent, now I can see better. She has a scar from an old wound across her forehead. She loves the challenge of adventuring and is willing to go anywhere if an adventure catches her fancy. So the pre-generated character not only just gives you the stats, it gives you all the information about the character as well as the description. Awesome. What else does it have? Like all the story. There's gnomes in the wilderness, sand spiders. There's a bridge that breaks. More art. Talks about the caves that you can find. Ooh, sexy. More art. Very 80s art. Love it to death. And then, oh wait, ending A. There's ending A and ending B. Also, it shows you the Hall of the Rock. So more map. And then there's additional adventures and new monsters that you can add in. It's just awesome. Full stop. And that's only for characters 1 to 3. I also decided to liberate another one that's an adventure from level 5 to 8. And same thing, like when is this from? Again, 1984, year I was born. And same thing. It's choking on my spit. I'm good at living life, let me tell you. Same thing. It's just a file folder. But it gets better. This has a very extensive map. Not only that, it shows you what your island is supposed to look like. Worst weather girl ever. I'm gonna get better at this one day, I swear. But cool, like... And it has like some other pamphlets, like, so here's your... Yeah, here's your main story. It's all stapled together. And then there's additional map stuff. And what everything's supposed to look like. Yeah, it's so cool. I will never regret liberating these from my friend, ever. Look at that guy. It's just like, oh yeah, there you go. There's some creepy. But like full adventures with the maps, everything like that. Well, yeah, back in the 80s, there was really no computers or anything like that, right? So, like, these pre-built adventures for those who didn't have the time or the energy to build everything from scratch, super lucrative. We got this monstrous compendium appendix. Let's see. Wait, hold on. When was this created? Let's see. When were you printed? Credits. It doesn't say in the front. Maybe it says in the back. 1994. And like fully different art styles, but these ones are colored. Tells you all the information you need. More monsters. What's this? We got some volume 4. When was this one out? 1998. More 1998. More 1998. I got volume 2, 3, and 4. We got some more second edition. When was this one printed? 94. Just random opening. Ooh, that bone nugget looks cool though. Then we have some Planescape from Dungeons and Dragons. I have 3 of them. And just gonna open one up, check out its date. 1998. And look at that. And that thing. That was a weird thing. What else do I got down here? Greyhawk Adventures. When was this? Compatible with the AD&D, so Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, which is old school, and the second edition of AD&D game systems. That's saying something. Like, what do we got here for printing? World Hawk. Uh, 1988. I was 4 when this book was printed. 4. And this book has a lot to it. Just skimming through like the table of contents here. It's like deities and clerics, monsters, Hall of Heroes, spells, magical items, geography, adventures, like all the things. Tells you what the abbreviations of spells and things are, so that way when people are abbreviating, you can figure it out. Like, that's so cool. What's this last one here? Oh, shit. Here you go. Here is an oldie. Check that out. What year do we have for this one? 1981. I wasn't born yet. This came out 3 years before I was born. So cool. The smell of old paper. I don't know why it's a good smell, but it is. And like, look at that. This is the opening page. See, you left school. See, like, look at this. Look at this stuff. Just gonna like flip a page or two. 8. Whoa. Just, it is a great smell. I feel like a weirdo. I'm just like sniffing the book. I'm just like, and like, here you go. Got all that information they give you. Gives you all the monster levels, their numbers, like, it's just crazy. Yeah, right here. 1980 TSR Hobbies Incorporated. Of course it's not going to focus. There you go. So cool. Love it. Love it so much. So, yeah, I totally plan on liberating more books from my friend and more figures, obviously. And, yeah, this is part of the reason why I'm really considering trying to get into second edition again. It's just going to be really, really difficult to do that if I'm going to be working with new players, not older players. It's a lot to learn, and there's a lot to it. I think probably the first couple times I might just do one of those adventures just to get back into the mode of it so I don't have to do all the writing and all the craziness and etc., etc. I'm so excited. Now I just want to bust out more D&D stuff. This is the worst. Oh, and Jenkins, so as I was saying earlier too, we did have an in-person session a while ago, a few weeks ago now at least, and I did record it all. However, there was drinking involved and shenanigans involved, etc., and there's a lot of editing that I have to do on said video. The game lasted about 5 hours or 6 hours. I have a lot of editing. So the times, no, it does not. So once I'm finished editing it, the times that we are not online streaming our regular D&D, I'm going to be posting videos instead of our in-person experiences. But again, I still have to edit a lot. Working on that. I don't know what you're talking about, Fredster. And this time it wasn't me. It was everyone. But me. No, not everyone. I'm still going to blame everyone else. It wasn't me. It wasn't me this time. That's how I'll word it. Yeah, that's my plans for the D&D anyways. And any of the other in-person D&D that I do, haha, I said do. I will be recording it as so long as all the other players are okay with that. And hopefully nobody gets shit-faced. And then I will be posting those as well. So I feel like in-person, unless I have a laptop, is going to be really hard for us to stream. I currently don't have a laptop. Oh, the urge to paint is high. I love how my whole bed's just D&D now. Whoopsie! Oh, right. So getting back to talking about magic, yeah, I mentioned a bit about the Bloomburrow and how they're a little bit more overpowered than some of the other series and decks. And I did mention that out of the 4 commanders that I have, 2 of them are 2 colors and 2 of them are 3 colors. Well, I say that I have them here. They're not all mine. They're just stored at my house because I'm the gaming house. Sorry again. One of the 3 color decks is the rabbits. Also, look how cute the covers are. I bought these aftermarket, obviously. But this is the one I chose for this deck. It's so cute! And like I said before, Dragon Shield tends to have little stories about their characters or their dragons on the back of these packages, and I love reading the story as well. Because somebody put effort in, and they're really cute. Come on, camera, focus. Do it. Do it now. Do it. Anyways. It's cute. And so is the story. And this is the bunny deck. I've played with these Bloombro decks enough times now where, again, I'm no pro, but I can say I've played them enough where I hate going up against the squirrels, and I hate going up against the bunnies. What did the bunny deck say? Mo bunny, mo problems, or something like that on the box. So this is the commander of the bunny. Oop, she's Miss Bumbleflower. And basically what this deck does, because there's all the synergy and stuff, the rabbit deck, what are rabbits known for? Making babies. What is this rabbit deck known for? Making tokens. And 1+1/+1 tokens at that. So, like, when going up against this deck, it's so effing annoying, especially if someone keeps getting their commander out. But the art on them, I'm so into all the art. Look at your treasure tokens. Look at those cute little raccoons. The cuteness factor in the Bloombro just has me keeping to go back for all of them. Like, all the art on these cards are just amazing. I feel like if I set up my other camera, you guys would probably actually get some focusing in this. I'm going to have to make sure I do that for next week. Unless I do it now. Showed you guys the fish. There's the birds. There's the octopus. Got a poison counter, which looks pretty cool. And of course, the rabbits, which totally remind me of, like, is it Beatrice Potter? I want to say it's Beatrice Potter. I could be wrong. But that's what this bunny reminds me of, is her art from the old Peter Rabbit books. And then, of course, you have, like, sweet, I got it right. Thanks, Jenkins, not Jakins. Just shoot me. Then there's the cats, which, by the way, one time I was up against someone playing, and I got defeated by just these cat tokens. It was awful. I'm just, like, gonna pull some random cards out here from the middle. It's like, even the land cards are cool. Oh my god, this guy looks like one of the fucking goblins off of Labyrinth. I'm relearning Magic, if I'm being honest. Like, it's been a long time, and especially trying to relearn with the Commander series was a bit challenging at first, because I used to play, and then I decided I wanted kids, so then I gave up my hobbies and my cardboard addiction to, suit the family, etc., etc. But my eldest is in college now. It's time I start getting back into my old hobbies and habits. What is going on in my neighborhood? They're just slamming doors all over the place. Jeez Louise. So I started getting back into it, and obviously things change over the ages. And the commander decks are just beefy and crazy. Like, the games, when you're playing regular Magic, it's like, I don't know, how long would one battle with one regular deck cost? Maybe 45 minutes, roughly. Not a long game. It's still fun, but there's 100 cards in your commander series, and your commander always stays out and available. You never put it in the rest of your deck, so you can constantly keep recasting it, although you do have to pay extra mana every time someone takes it off the board. But to play the 100 deck commander series, I've sat on one single game for 2 hours. And the more people that you're playing with, obviously, the longer it's going to take. So I think a one-on-one game, the longest I've had, is about an hour and a half, which seems ridiculous, but with the synergy of the decks and the way they work together, like, it's easy to do, and I find it really fun. But I'm just more obsessed with the art, and just, I'm not super competitive, but I like the fun of it. I like the challenge. Like, where's my art cards? You're an artist. You will appreciate this. Here's some of my art cards. Because the Bloomborough cards, my cuteness overload. Let's see if I can get my other camera over here. If you hear loud clanging and banging, just ignore me. Let's see. Ooh. Wait, is it plugged in? It's not plugged in. Is it set up though? Where's second camera? Do I have a second camera? Properties. Ooh. We got it. Excellent. Okay, so let's move that out of the way. I'm so excited. God, I'm such a dweeb. Wait, I want to go that way? Or this way? It doesn't matter. Insignificant. Camera's upside down. There we go. Oop, oop, oop. Oop, wrong way. Yeah, it was set up as Lego Cam, it was named, so I was like, what? Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out where this light's coming from. This glare. Let's see if I can turn it this way. That's better, worse, better. There. There we go. Look at the otter. Like, he's so cute. All the otters are wizards too. They're little buggers. They're so cute. Look at this bunny. Because Bloomborough is all just creatures. It's all animals. They're all warriors, because obviously. This card, I wish it would focus better. I absolutely love it. It is also an otter. It's very abstract. Oh, I got a double art card of that one. The elemental wolf fighting a mouse. Oh, it's a weasel. I do love the signature cards. Like, these are just the art cards. These aren't even, like, playable cards. These are just art. And I collect the art cards specifically. I plan on creating a collage of all of them. I wish this one would focus. It's one of my favorite ones, too. It's probably because of the gloss. Ooh, focused. Hey. It's just, they're so cute. Right? Like, I started playing some Magic the Gathering online a bit. Because why not? I'm already doing things. Let's just throw this over here, over top of the Magic cards. That's better. But it's been helping me, like, get back into the game, starting to learn more of the way it works. This whole pack here, I have so many Bloomborough cards, you have no idea. This is all Bloomborough cards, except for this pack and this pack. And these are the two packs that I opened online last week. One of them is a D&D pack, and one of them is a Chaldean pack. And the D&D one, since, you know, obviously you're into D&D, is this the D&D ones? Just make sure. Rawr. Excuse me. Yes, this is. I did get one art card in it when I opened it last week, which I was really excited about. But let's see. That glare. I'm gonna murder the glare. Like, stunning, obviously. Got your foil cards. So this is Magic the Gathering, but Dungeons and Dragons and Forgotten Realms. Again, like, the art is just everything. We've actually fought a Bullet in one of our games before, so when I see things that I've, like, already used and done, I'm just like, ugh. I don't have a Gale card, but I did have, I have no idea where it is right now because I have so many gosh darn cards right now. I do have a, oh, what's her name? Oh god, why is it fading? K, starts with a K. Demon, hot, girl. Karlach! Thank you! Yes, I do have a Karlach card here. I don't know where it is right now, but I can assure you I do have one, and it's amazing. wondering if I can, like, bring this, like, further closer to the table. I can just do this. Oh. Ooh, I'm getting fancier. Ta-da! Ha-ha! Ah, I figured it out! Go me. Okay. Pro, don't you know? And then, like... Oh my god, Kay, so funny story. Have you beat Baldur's Gate 3? I don't want any spoilers. I just want to know if you've beaten the game yet. Ah, balls. Are you in Act 3? And look at this card. It looks so cool. Oh, okay. Well, I can't say much then. I'm in Act 3, and it's very challenging. Right? Doesn't it? Like, the art style is everything. And this is like a land card. That's it. That's all it does. It just gives you mana. But it's so pretty. Like, so pretty. And that's like, that's these cards here. That's the, there's like, what do you guys say? Do you think I should open one? I do need the encouragement. I just won't do it on my own. I've been hoping that people like tip to watch me open them, but also I kind of just want to open one per stream since I only stream once a week anyways. So I'm like, you guys want me to open a pack, right? Right. Yes! Alright. Which one should we open? The one with the Illithid on it, the one with the dragon on it, or the one with the human on it? Which one? I would love to. Also, speaking of the autism, risen, what have you, my romantic interest so far, other than Karlak, which I'm actually dating now, is Shadowheart. Shadowheart and I are dating. Ooh. Oh, which one should I open though? Which one? You guys pick. I mean, no matter what, they're all going to have the same kind of cards, but I know that they changed the packaging just to make people enticed. Dragon, always bestest. Agreed. Sold. Humans are lame. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's do this. Ooh, I got an art card! So pretty. So let's see who and what she is. Delina Wild Magic, and its art is by Wisnu 10. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but I will put it on here, and you can look for yourself. If it focuses. There you go. Yeah, Shadowheart's kind of a bitch, which is the only reason why I also wanted to date her. I was like, fuck this stuck-up bitch. I am totally gonna bang this broad. And then, yeah, she changes after time. But, yeah. She's so rude and mean. Her and what's-her-face? Lizelle? Lizelle or is it Lizelle? I don't know how I always fudge up the pronunciation, but she's also a dick. Alright, I'll flip this back around so you guys can actually just look at the art, because it's fucking epic. I'll learn this placement eventually. Let's see what else we got. I'm so excited. We got some planes, which is like your mana. I guess I have to bring this up just a teeny bit. Yeah, her shit gets really crazy after a time where I was like, all right, we'll figure this out. She's not the worst. Oh, here I go needing my glasses because reading. Let's see here. Ooh. Legendary creature, dwarf warrior. Oh, I like that. And it's one of those old school, oh, damn ads. For real. Tisk. Right? So good. Paladin's shield. Devoted paladin. So you have the paladin and you have the paladin shield, which is pretty cool. There's some synergy right there already, just based in this like basic pack I opened. Steadfast paladin. Okay, so I managed to get a pretty wicked way with those cards. I don't often get lucky where I get things that are supposed to be together. Choose one. Journey on or make camp. There's some of these cards that they have where you like actually have to roll dice and stuff too, which is really fun. I really appreciate that they added in like the D20s and the D6s and stuff just to make it more D&D like. Ooh, we got our first dragon. There we go. Then we have a Scion of Stygia. This one actually, so weird today. We talk about horses. I open a book to horses randomly, and then I'm talking about how some of these cards make you roll a d20, and now I have a card that's talking about rolling a d20. A Dragon Bard? Oh, hell yeah. I'd be all over that. And then, of course, like, then you do get equipment and stuff, too, which is also fun. So this is a +2 mace. Oh, and I got a sword. I got a mace and a sword. This was a really good pack to open. You guys picked good. Thank you. Yay! And eventually, after I open enough of these packs, I'm gonna build a deck and help teach you guys how to build a deck too. I could easily do that with the mass amount of cards that I have, but I feel like it'd be more fun that you guys help me open the cards and then we build a deck together. I don't know. Seems more personal. Ooh, I got a foil card. Which also requires you to roll a d20. Oddly enough. What is this? Magic minigame. Mimic Match. It's 2 to 4 players. You need 2 packs of cards and it takes 10 minutes. Objective: match and collect the most treasure chests before someone uncovers the mimics hiding amongst the loot. Get ready. You open 1 booster per player. Remove any lands and cards without magic card backs. You shuffle them together and put 2 lands back into the deck to represent the mimics. Shuffle. Deal 16 cards face down in a 4x4 grid. Randomly determine who goes first. To play. On your turn, secretly look at 2 cards from the grid. If they share a color or a mana value, you may reveal them. Announce what matches and take those cards. Then take another turn. Otherwise, leave them in place and the next player takes their turn. Note, colorless cards can be matched with other colorless cards, but mimics can only be matched with each other. After a match has been made, replace the empty spaces with 2 new cards from the deck face down. The game ends when a player reveals 2 mimics, uncovering them. To win, at the end of the game, each player scores 1 point for every card they collected. The player who uncovered the mimics by matching the 2 lands scores an additional 2 points. If there's a tie, the player who uncovered the mimics decides who wins. It's kind of cool. I've never heard of that. That's new. That's a very new card to me. And a very new game idea that I never heard of that they were doing. I'll just throw that there. That's interesting. Oh, I'm so excited. Now I have 2 D&D art cards. So my big idea, Jenkins, I'm sure you'll really appreciate this, is these cards, like the art cards, I want to, not every series, only certain series. So far, I want to collect the D&D, the Bloomburrow, and the Wilds of Eldraine. And I want to create a collage of all the art cards and put it into a frame. So you have all the art cards from the whole one series. The Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms series has 81. So I'd have to make a collage of 81, but I'd also have to collect all 81 cards. Might be hard and might take a while, but I really want to. And then, let's see, how many is for Bloomburrow? Bloomburrow only has 54, so that might be more likely for me to be able to collect them all. I don't know how much the Wilds of Eldraine has, because I didn't bring up, excuse me again, I didn't bring up my Wilds of Eldraine deck. I think it also has anywhere from 64 to 81. It's a lot. That is like my big bad plan. Right? So I was telling Shadow about it, and now Shadow is on a, Shadow being the eclectic fox, for those who don't know. And before I go on with this story, the eclectic fox, aka Shadow, is the person that's drawn the art. Oh, worst weather girl ever. The art here. Shadow also does all the art for our D&D and our character designing as well. But I told Shadow my idea, and now Shadow wants to collect all the Wilds of Eldraine as well. And do the same thing. Luckily, I actually know a friend who owns a nerd store. Same one I mentioned earlier, the one in Stratford, Boo Town. And they might just go through all their art cards because they don't sell them. And I might just be able to procure all of the ones that Shadow and I need. Hopefully. Because this is the Wilds of Eldraine. And look at how stunning. Obviously the plastic's on it, but you can just see how beautiful it is. Look at it. It's a crystal apple. It's so pretty. So pretty. What else do I have here? In regards of like different decks I'm into right now. I'll just bring this box over. I don't have a cardboard addiction. You have a cardboard addiction. I'm such a gremlin. I am the treasure goblin. Yeah, I still have all these Bloomborough cards to open. I still have... Ooh. These are some new ones. I haven't really opened much of these. It's true, Jenkins. I have the Innistrad Midnight Hunt, so werewolves. Here, let's get rid of this other camera for a second here. So we got some werewolves. We got, to go along with the werewolves, we got the vampires, the Innistrad Crimson Vow. And some of those dice sets can be so expensive. I have a fair amount of special ones because Goblin. But I have some really pretty ones that are really expensive. But yeah, it will eventually eat into your money a lot. Depending on what you're into too, right? I also have these ones. Obviously, I'm a sword swallower. I dress up as a Viking when I'm performing. I wear chainmail for blah, blah, blah. So Vikings I love for all the reasons. Got these ones to open up. Chaldeum, Viking series of magic cards. Like, why wouldn't I like that? I'm an addict. And then these, there's only 2 of them because one of these packs cost almost triple what these normal packs cost. It's the Commander Masters. And you're guaranteed to get some awesome cards and some really expensive cards. I know, Jenkins, you're like not too privy on the MTG, but I can say opening some of these packs, I will usually go on to face-to-face games and look up certain cards, like, for instance, what's a card in here that we just opened that I'd feel compelled to, I'd either check him or... Let's see. Maybe that land. Dancing Sword. So, some of these cards are worth a lot of money. Just based off just opening it. Oh, I totally am a completionist. It's really bad. That's why it's taking me forever to finish BG3. Must see all the things, must do all the things, must finish all the things, must talk to all the things. Yeah, I totally get it. It's awful. But I do like the check cards like this. So you can see here it's in gold, but it also has the hologram down here. It would be a mythic rare card. Sometimes they're worth a lot of money. Sometimes they're worth mere cents. There's been a couple times that I've opened cards and they've been immediately worth $60. Like I said, the Commander Masters are really expensive, but like, for instance, the Bloomborough pack, this play booster, it's $6.99 or $7.99 Canadian, depending on what store you go to, but it's under $10 for an entire pack of cards. You open that pack of cards and you find yourself a $60 to $200 card sometimes, and maybe you want to get rid of it, maybe you don't, depending on what the card is, if it suits your fancy or if you just want money. But that's a possibility. Like, that happens. That's a real thing. So it's like, ugh. I like to check all my cards after the fact. Because I'm not very, like, I fully admit to this, I'm not super knowledgeable about the cards, what their worth are, what series are worth more, which are better. I remember back in the day there was a card called the Black Lotus, which, if you look it up, you'll probably puke at the price. It's an OG card, and I think the last time someone looked it up, it was near like 10 grand. I think. I think you can find one for about 2 grand though, if you check hard enough. But one little card, $2,000. Crazy, crazy. So it's always good to check your cards if you have them. And I personally use face-to-facegames.com because it's what all the people that I know use, and I tend to play with, like, when I do the pre-releases, I tend to play with people who are professional Magic players. Like, they go to competitions and tournaments, they win money, like, they're actual pro players. And if they're suggesting this site to me, I feel like that's probably the best site to use, really. Yeah, Jenkins, it's crazy. The cardboard addiction is real. Oh, like, okay, I just randomly picked a card because it was sat weird in the box. Here's a Bloomburrow card that's worth money. Not a lot. I think she's only worth like $5, but that's almost the same price as an entire pack. Also, the art is amazing, again. So, yeah. Nerdy shit is expensive. Not that we already didn't know this stuff, though, let's be honest. What? There you go. Perfect example. That Black Lotus card is worth a lot of money. I hate to admit that back when I was a kid, let's be honest, I was a kid. I was like 15, roughly. I had one. And when I decided that I didn't want to play anymore because I was going to have kids at the age of 20, I was like, I don't need these cards. Get rid of them. I didn't even really sell them for anything. I had a box, maybe like half the size of that box that I just had all those packs in. I just sold the whole box for $100. I just went to a nerd store and I was like, I want to get rid of these. I know they're worth money. I don't want to toss them out. I paid money for them. I don't know what they're worth because that was like, what, the early 2000s? It's internet, eBay, that sort of stuff was just fresh in the world. My God, I sound old. Ugh. Anywho, but yeah, just poof, gone, and look at that price tag. You never get that card back again. Also, I hate to do this to you guys. I need a potty break. So I will be right back. I'm just going to leave you with my loading screen and some music. BRB. Oopsie poopsie. Must have bumped the desk when I left. My bad. I'm back. Oops. Um, what did I miss? Yeah, I remember they even had like their own catalog. Remember? It's like they'd catalog them what their value, what their current value was, and what their like projected 5 year prices were, something like that. Super, super old school. And yeah, don't worry about it, Jenkins. I'm the youngest of my friends. I'm 40. I just turned 40 last February, or February that just passed. I'll be turning 41. Um, and I am the youngest of most of my friends. Granted, I do have some younger friends, but not that many. I'm usually the baby of the group. Yet, peculiar enough, like, I might be the baby of the group, but some of my, like, one of my friends, she's 46, and she calls me mom. And my children call her big sis. I don't know. I'm also the mom of my group, even though I'm the baby of my group. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Very, very. Like, Shadow's younger than me, but Shadow still calls me their sister, wife, mom. Cue the banjos. Like, it's just, it, it works situationally, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, right? You're one of the old farts in the group, Fredster. But yeah, oh goodness. I remember when Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh were big. Like, I remember because I have younger friends, not very many. But also I had my kids when I was 19. I had to think about that. I was like, wait, 2005, I had my first kid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So in 2000, like the early 2000s, 2005, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, uh, they were big. Digimon was coming out of the popular scene at the time. Just trying to like think of what else was in there. That's my family. Beyblade, that's right. That's it. It was the pull things, right? The tops. And then there was also another one that they were little balls that you could flick them, or you toss them, and then they turn into like a dragon or a dinosaur or something. Like, obviously I'm a nerd, but I'm so effing nerdy. Like, oh, I remember Bakugan. I love anime though. Like, anime is my thing. Back when, oh god, back in my day, we had the dial-up, and when we did the dial-up, I actually used to use a place called MIRC or Merc, and I would, whatever, it's years ago, so it doesn't matter. I can't get in trouble for this. I used to go on MIRC when I was young on my dial-up and download anime, because in Canada, especially northern Ontario where I was living, where do you watch anime? it just wasn't a thing in our culture or on our televisions or anything like that. And that's when I discovered movies by Studio Ghibli, um, Akira, Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll, um, Evangelion. I'm trying to think of like all the old, like really old ones that I used to watch, and I used to have to download them on stinking dial-up. So I used to watch all of that crazy stuff before it ever came to North America, and then once it started coming into North America, I geeked out hard because it's like, oh my god, we have anime on TV here in Canada now. Whoa! And like it blew my mind. That being said, some of the shows that did come out, I wasn't really keen on. I know I might get ripped apart for this, but I was never much into Pokemon. I feel bad saying that. I really wanted to, and I did play Pokemon Go with my kids, but watching a creature only say its own creature name or its own actual name, I just thought it was a bit babyish. Right? I like Digimon. Digimon, digital monsters. Sorry. Yeah. Nope. Still remember the song. Digimon are the champions. God, I'm gonna. God. Yep. I'm red in the face now. So embarrassed. I remember the song. But I loved it. It was fun. I don't know. I love that sort of shit. As long as it had like a good story and it wasn't geared towards like younger children, which I felt Pokemon was. Although some of the episodes that I caught via younger friends or some of my friends' siblings or even my own children, I noticed that some of the storyline of Pokemon was a bit not babyish, but I felt like the animals and the creatures and the Pokemon were actually still kind of babyish, where I couldn't get into it. Ah, so that's so cool, Jenkins. I didn't know that, so that's pretty awesome. Yeah, I know, Fred, sir. And funny enough, so we're talking about Pokemon. What? Worst weather girl right here. Wait, wait. This way? No, this way. Oh. I have an Eevee and a Vulpix. And yes, I know who they are and what they are. They were my kids. My kid said that she grew out of it, and so I have them now in my room because I still think they're cute. I don't have to actually like them as creatures to just adore them as stuffies. So, yeah. Oh my god. Now I'm like, my whole head is in old animes and old cartoons. Because I used to watch some really obscure old shit. I did like Inuyasha. I really did. Really? That was your kicker for art. Hmm. I always like learning what what the Kickstarter was for people's artistry, because a lot of those people that start their art, they start in the same style as what it initiated the idea of it, but then I find a lot of them go in a completely opposite direction or like a whole different style from what started them in the first place. So I just kind of like to see like the wave of how it works. See? It's a thing. Oh, Rumiko. I promote art and artists all the time. I mean, obviously, I don't have the dexterity in my hands that I once did. Just happens. Health. I also did hit a moose. God, I sound so Canadian when I say that. I hate admitting to that. Vehicle accident, hit a moose. Yeah, very fucking Canadian. But up until I was unable to do art as much, I would do it with my kids, and I would promote my kids to do art. And it's like really cool that my son is in college right now, and he's in college for video game design. And his boyfriend is in school for programming, and he wants to program a video game that my son will then animate. So it's super, super cool how like that shit just kind of flows out as long as you continue to promote that. Yeah, exactly. Not your moment to speak up, eh? Why is that? Yeah. I'm pretty excited and proud of them. And the fact that they're just following their dreams and continuing art. It's so important. The creativity, the imagination, and there's so many mediums in art, which is like my big thing that I told my kids is I'm not going to push you in any direction. That's not how I work. But I am going to request that you guys go to a trade school so that way you can learn all the different trades, which are all the different art mediums, like working with metal, working with wood, working with glass, working with plants. There's so many different types of mediums for art that I really just wanted my kids to go into that sort of style of education. And even like cooking. Like, cooking is a type of art, especially if you're a pastry artist or a pastry chef. Like, yeah, I love that shit so much. You've never seen a moose outside of captivity? Um, they are like several tons in weight. I'll put it this way. When I was driving down the highway, I was driving a Dodge Caravan, a full-size Dodge Caravan, and that makes sense. That makes sense, actually. There's not much out there for wildlife. I remember that. I lived in England a fair amount of time on and off, so yep. Um, but so I was driving a Dodge Caravan, full size, and when people say that you can't see a moose on the road, it's laughable. It's laughable to think about because it's a mammoth of an animal that's like several tons. They're huge. They're taller than any vehicle I've ever sat in. They're massive monster animals. They're fucking ancient. Sure enough, no one ever explains the fact that their fur isn't reflective. Deer's fur is reflective. Dog's hair is reflective. Most animals have reflective hair. Not moose. So when I was driving, I saw the lights on the bottom of the road, and I could see the trees here, I could see the trees here, and I could see the tops of the trees. But there was a black void in the middle of the road that just didn't make sense to me. So I hit my high beams, turned the high beams off, turned the lights off, turned the lights back on, thinking maybe it was something on my lights. By the time I realized what the fuck was going on, I saw the moose. and I was going 90 kilometers an hour, and I slammed on the brakes, and the only thing that I could do was remember my training as a volunteer firefighter and paramedic from back in the day is when you hit a moose, hit a shoulder. Because if you hit it straight through, chances are their legs are coming in and kicking you half to death. So I was like, okay, this is a moose. This is happening. Here we go. Like, there's no, you can't prepare for it at all. But I just remembered, hit a shoulder. So I didn't know, because I wasn't familiar with the area, as to how far the ditch was, what was on the side of the road. I aimed for a shoulder, and I also aimed for the shoulder of the road. And when the airbag went off, I just remember if I let go of the wheel, there's no guarantee what's going to happen to me and my boyfriend at the time that I was with. So I didn't let go of the wheel. I death gripped the friggin' hell out of it, and I turned this way, away from the windshield, like I went towards my door, because we were aiming on an angle. I waited until I heard gravel, stopped the vehicle, and my hand was pinned to the steering wheel. That was it. I asked my boyfriend at the time if he was okay, if everyone, like, I was like, are you good? Are you alive? Are you hurt? Are you injured? What is wrong? And he's like, nothing, I'm fine. I was like, okay. He's like, my leg hurts. I'm like, okay. I'm like, where are our phones? Like, we need to call 911. I have no idea where we are. I don't recall seeing the last street sign, blah, blah, blah. So, eventually, we found the phones, called 911, got them there. And when they showed up, like when the first responder showed up, he was like, oh no, we have a DOA. And I was like, nope, I'm alive. And he's like, ma'am, you're in shock. And I was like, sir, if I was in shock, my hand wouldn't be hurting as much as it is. Can you get this moose off our windshield? I need to get out of here. Like, I was pissed because it took forever and they already thought I was dead when they got there. I was like, nope, still here. Anyways, the moose was no longer, it was soiled meat. I did ask because I value lives very much, of all lives. So the meat was soiled, couldn't get that. My Dodge Caravan was written off completely. When we hit her, she crushed the hood of the vehicle, smashed the windshield, and crushed a bit of the roof because she came over the roof. She was that big. And she was so long, because she's a big animal, apparently her head came around and smashed out the third window in the back on the side of the van. Crazy how huge they are. And I got out remarkably, not completely unscathed, but remarkably unscathed. And my boyfriend at the time, he had a couple scrapes on his legs. I got the worst of it. That was it. This hand, as you can see, it's crooked, which isn't that, it's not that bad considering, but it's a thing. And then if you look here, this is what I like to call, as a joke also, by the way, it's hilarious when I just bust it out, it's my moose knuckle. If you don't know what a moose knuckle is, just Google it, because I shouldn't explain it here. But this is my moose knuckle, and the scar is like in an S shape. I've had 2 surgeries on my hand, and it did force me to have to stop tattooing because I was tattooing with my right hand. And if I put my hand like straight, this is what it looks like straightened when it's flat. It's not ideal. This is another reason why I don't really draw anymore, but I do sometimes. So it's not always awful. I can stretch them out. It's just they curve back. But for hitting a moose, I mean, I did pretty good. It could have been so much worse. And that's just to give you an idea of how massive they are. Like, crazy. Also, in the wild, because I've seen quite a few in the wild before that and after that, and I used to hunt. I still have my hunting license, but health, blah, blah, blah. They are not to be trifled with. A moose will not run away from you. A moose will run right for you, and they will take down trees on their way to you. Zero fucks. Moose are terrifying. I hate them. I hate them so much. Like, at least something like a bear you could, like, scare. You just make enough noise, and they're like, nah, and they run. Moose, they don't care. He's played the long dark. What's that? I don't know that. Ooh, a new thing. Teach me. Oh. Yeah, you don't want moose in your game. It's shocking that I don't know it, actually, then. I call myself a Canadian nerd. For shame. The long dark. I'm just gonna, like, Google it real quick here. I am intrigued. I won't get, like, too into it. But, oh, it's on Steam. Okay, I'm gonna minimize that again now. Because I will get so deep into it. But that's cool. I didn't know that we had a game like that. Do the moose chase you? Because I feel like that would be absolutely terrifying. Okay. I shouldn't laugh. I would never want a moose coming after me, not in a game or real life. No. No. A several ton animal that, like, can take down a tree and they have giant antlers and they're crazy. Mm-mm. No, thank you. Yeah, bear are actually kind of similar to dogs in that sense. Not gonna lie. It's weird that you can't scare them, though. I feel like that's a flaw in the game. Unless they're just trying to make it more difficult. But that's interesting. I'm totally gonna have to look that up. I've been really trying to deep dive into some older games lately. Like, the other day we were talking about a game I used to play called... I'm the... Yeah, well, yeah. I guess, like, you kind of have to do that for a video game, though. Just trying to, like, I'm just trying to think if I were to create a video. Yeah, I wouldn't want it to be too easy. No, I would probably do the same thing. I'd probably ramp up the level of the creatures a bit. Oh, right. Have you ever heard of... Okay, oh god, I sound old here. Have you ever heard of a game called Gazillionaire? I'll type it in the chat for you. It's on Steam, I just learned. Pretty sure that's how it's spelled. Gazillionaire. Yeah, Gazillionaire. It's on Steam. Unfortunately, even though they brought it to Steam, which I love, they didn't update it. They didn't do anything with it. So it's still multiplayer, but LAN style. Like, you have to be in the same room using the same computer sort of thing. It's different. I don't know how to personally describe it. I would say it's like a Monopoly Tycoon business sort of game. You get to like you pick a spaceship, you're in space, you travel from planet to planet buying and selling goods. It's very tycoonish. But it was really educational at the time. I used to play the ever loving hell out of it and I loved it. I'm not sure how much I'll like it now because I haven't played it since I was like 18 or so. Oh my god. I hate admitting to that stuff. I feel old. Yeah, it's a fun old game. It's quirky and weird. The one thing I just remember is like you do have to pay your taxes on things, right? Or you have to pay like your monthly taxes and fees. And when you go to see the tax man, all I remember is him going, money, 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 at you. Every time you went to go see the tax man, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right, even now that I'm an adult. It's a very old style game. But the monsters in it, as janky as they look on the front page and stuff, they're kind of still cute. I don't know. Art is fun. I like seeing new imaginative things. Trying to see what other games I have. I mean, I did get that new game recently, which I admittedly haven't installed it. I've only downloaded it. Uh, the Divinity Original Sin 2. I was told it's just like Baldur's Gate 3. But until I beat Baldur's Gate 3, I don't want to start it. By the way, I'm probably going to play Baldur's Gate 3 after I'm done streaming because I want to finish it. Or at least get through that one battle that I've been finding severely impossible. What else do I have here? I do need to finish and or continue to play Disgaea as well. Wait a second. Oh, right. I was like, I don't recall buying Gazillionaire. No, I forgot. There is a free demo version of it on Steam as well. I downloaded the demo and I haven't actually turned it on or played it yet. I'm assuming it's going to be everything that I remember it to be because they said they didn't really do much with it. Theme Hospital? No. I'm going to have to go look that one up too. You got all the goods. What was I playing in 97? Not Diablo. Was Diablo out then? I can't recall if the original Diablo was out or not. I used to play Myst. Diablo. Right, I meant to look up Theme Hospital because I'm curious. Oh, no. I didn't play that, but I had a friend that did play it, and I used to watch them. Yes! Oh my god! And I also own the sequel to Myst. What was it called? Riven? I want to say it was called Riven. I might be wrong. Oh my god, I have to look it up too. Myst game. Oh my god, Myst is on Steam. That game was so hard, by the way. You're not wrong, actually. It there wasn't a lot to it, but it was still considered to be an RPG. It was very puzzle oriented though, and um, what's the word? Like you had to figure things out. It's not trivia. Oh, I loved the soundtrack for Myst. It was great. It was super great. Puzzles, not trivia. I like the puzzles in it too. It was a super difficult game, but I managed to beat both of them, the first one and the second one. Not without much difficulty though. And what else did I used to play? There's like a lot of older games like that I used to play that I just absolutely loved. It was like the art, the music, the story, the puzzles. Like before computer games, I was playing games like Lufia. For that, you got RPG and puzzle all at the same time. Loved it. Okay, that's awesome. I had to crack it for me and my sibling at the time, and there was a lot of frustrations and rage quits. I can tell you that now. I will fully admit that. Actually, I think I have Lufia here still. I still have all of my original Super Nintendo and regular Nintendo games. Weird, everything's just kind of coming up Millhouse today. The first game I grabbed, because all my games are slid in like this, I just decided to grab a game just to see what won. Just happened to be Lufia 2. So, this was like amazing. Man, the subway is the worst. What other good old games were like RPG and strategy puzzle? Because Myst was I don't think there's been another game that's come out that's anything remotely close to what Myst was, honestly. The force is strong with me today, Fredster. I think maybe if I'm having this much luck, I might be able to have luck in that battle on BG3, just saying. Ooh, chocolate. Yeah, you should be bribed by chocolate. That's good. You guys have better chocolate than we have in Canada anyways. I wish that we had more RPG puzzle games. I feel like a lot of people are kind of like dropping the ball on video game designs. Unless they're going into something as huge as something like BG3. In which case, I mean, how many years did it take for them to develop that game? But they don't. I mean, how long did it? I wonder how long it took them to do Myst. I don't know. The sequel came out pretty fast after the first one came out. Then again, with the more advanced systems, people being completely spoiled with artistry, scenery, storyline, I guess. The more spoiled people are getting with technology, the more that people have to put into their games, therefore the longer it takes for them to develop them, etc., etc. Just kind of is a never-ending circle of that, which is understandable, which is why I'm like really liking a lot of these like new indie games that are coming out. Like, I wouldn't say Valheim's severely indie, but it still kind of is. Yeah, I like the thinking games. It's 13 tries on that one fight, like I said on BG3. Still didn't do it. Am I going to keep trying? Yes. You're goddamn right I am. And I'm going to keep going and going and going until I get it. I don't rage quit on it. I might be like, okay, need a refresher. I'm not going to work on this right now. I'll work on this later. I'll do it another day, whatever. But I'm always going to go back to it because I love the challenge. Because so many things in video games aren't as challenging as they used to be. It might be slightly difficult, and sure, you can ramp up the difficulty on it. But even if you ramp up the difficulty, usually it's the monsters hit harder, the monsters are stronger, the monsters have higher life. They're not any more challenging. They don't add a new dynamic. Oh, nice. Chocolate's better over there. I always say that. Canadian chocolate's poo-poo in comparison. My opinion. But like, I love a challenge to a game. I love, as I don't like it at the time, I like the actual frustration and the difficulty. If I'm gonna go, oh, I want it to go more difficult, I'm gonna go into chaotic mode or something. More life, they hit harder. They don't have a new attack. They don't have a new AoE. There's nothing new to the dynamic of the fight other than it's just going to take longer. They don't have anything else new. Just higher life, harder hits. That's not very more challenging at all. It's just a longer period of time that's going to take me to drive them down to the nothing. I want a game that can actually, when you go to say, I want it to be harder, something changes outside of their attack power and their health. Add a new attack in there. Add a new terrain in there. Add something else other than just making it take longer to beat. That doesn't make it more difficult. It just makes it more annoying. That's why I loved Lufia and Myst, and why I'm still loving BG3. And like old games like Final Fantasy. Whatever happened to the old hidden weapon? The trying to find all like the little extra little things that you need that is gonna help you out so much more. But you didn't know it was there the first time around, so you go a second time around. And then you find all the things, you're like, oh shit, this is so much easier. And look, I found all these Easter eggs that I didn't know about. That shit's fun. That's kind of what D&D 5e has done. I hate to be that guy to say it, but like, 5e is more simplified in every aspect, not just monsters, but like with terrain, with characters, everything. I want a game that has a longer dynamic and more playability. I want the hidden shit. I want the difference. I want the challenge. I want to get frustrated. I hate to admit to that, but it's fun. If you got to work at something, and then you're like, oh, someone told me that there was a weapon that can make me beat this guy a little easier. You're going to go back to your save, and you're going to try and find that fucking new thing that might help your battle. Yes, exactly. You want to get back in that corner and be forced to use every last ounce of ability, all of your tactics, all of your strategies, all of your items, all of your weapons, all of your equipment. What's the point of having all of that stuff and collecting all of the stuff if there's no use for it, or if you don't get to use it all by the end of the game? What did you collect it for? What was even part of the game for? See, I wish I had the capacity to remember all that stuff. For the dawn of time, admittedly, I've always played the non-magic users. Like back in the day when I used to play World of Warcraft all the time. God, I played the ever-living crap out of World of Warcraft. So much so that while I was in a guild and we did raids, if one of my children needed to be breastfed, I had like a little sea pillow that you sit on top of you, and I would sit my sea pillow and I would breastfeed my children while doing my raids, and wow. That's how much I like that shit. So, yeah. But I like the challenge. I like the fun. And I did once play a magic user. I had a shadow priest. So she would do attacks and heals. You could switch between the two on the same character, which I thought was really super cool. I think that was the only caster I ever played, though. See? That's cool. I like that. In BG3, I have a lot of quests. And I've done a lot of quests because I tend to read people's minds, or I talk to animals more. The idea of being able to pull some crap out of a hat and be like, oh, that worked. All right. It's like, cool. Or you walk past a person, detect thoughts. So you detect thoughts of this person. Oh, their child is missing. Oh, okay. And then you go to talk to that person, and then you have the opportunity to mention something about, oh, you missing a child, I can help you, and then you get a new quest. If you didn't use that tool, you would have never gotten that quest, and that's fucking awesome. That is playability through the teeth on that idea in a game. Especially when you don't have to rely on people. It's already there in the game, right? Like, it's already written in. In person, I find it would be a little more difficult. But if you have a good DM, so fun. Your DM will work with you. The rule of cool is there. Like, I love that shit. Okay, yeah, that is poopy, Fredster, but we've all done it. And once you get to the end and realize you got to go back to the beginning, as frustrating as it is, you're like, shit. So the next time you get into like a cave or somewhere, you're immediately looking at everything, all the things. It totally just opened your mind to be like, oh shit, there's hidden stuff in this game. Now I got to pay more attention. I do. Oh, I'm sure you've already known. You've already seen it, Jenkins. I'm the same way. I like the rule of cool. Like, if it makes sense to do and is something that would actually happen in an actual scenario, yeah, okay, I might make your life a little more difficult because you're about to make mine a little more difficult. But if it makes sense for the scenario and it makes sense for that character and shit, do it. Let's do this. It's fun. A game is meant to be fun. It's not meant to be serious and strict all the time. And it's fantasy, and fantasy can be anything. And that's what I keep telling people when there's like, when I got some really hardcore rule people around me and talking about like D&D and stuff, it really frustrates me because I'm like, you're playing a fantasy game. You're playing with dragons and monsters, and that doesn't exist. So why can't some other fun things happen? It's a fantasy world. You can't just be a rule monster and be like, no, you have to look both ways before crossing the road. Now let them cross the road. And if you wanted them to look both ways, then you hit them with a cart. Like, it's fun. It's a game. Exactly. You have to give them the chance. the opportunity is always fun. Sometimes it goes the way they want it to, sometimes it doesn't. But no matter what, it's still fun and cool to try. Like, that's the whole point of a game. And the best part that I love about D&D is there's no rules or constrictions or anything. It is basically what you and your players are putting down. And every day it's different. Every play is different. It's not a video game. It's endless. There's no box. There's nothing. It's you guys and your imagination. I've done the same too. Or I've just, because I do this every once in a while, is like, they'll do a super fucking cool move and kill my monster, and I'm just like, yeah, that was so cool. And I'm like, shit, you just destroyed my monster. Fuck. It's like, oh, why did I cheer you on? I'm supposed to be cheering me on, but it was a cool concept, like, and it worked. I love it. No wacky ideas, huh? Nothing like, I don't know, you guys dropping a carriage down a hill into a bank to break it open? Nothing like, we're gonna go inside of this dragon and destroy it from its anus up? Nothing like that, I'm sure. But it's so fun. Like, we're our own creators at the same time, and the world is endless. It's perfect. I love it. Creativity and the fun is just never ending. You get a bunch of like super quirky people together that all have their own imaginations and creativity at the same time. It just makes it so much more fun. The openness is just, yeah. Mwah. I love it so much. Just realized that I have my phone turned almost all the way off. And I was like, oh, I should check my messages. Oh. Can you tell the tall child? So cute. I absolutely adore Shadow in every manner of speaking. Yesterday when I was making my tomato sauces, my daughter decided she wanted to do some fall baking, and she made pumpkin puree filled desserts in the shape of pumpkins, which I helped her a bit with, but more or less she did it herself. And of course she had to go bring some over to Shadow because Shadow's a chef and a baker and all that sort of stuff, and Shadow just had one, and I quote, they were amazing. And apparently has some muffins and peach loaves for the child as a trade. I love this shit. I am just going to text my child now before I forget, because I have a great memory. Can't remember shit for food that I've had like in the last 2 days, but I can remember Fredster doing a bank robbery with a carriage in D&D how long ago? Like a year or two ago. The food bribes are totally strong today. Alright. Oh my god, my eyes are the worst for reading today. I'm just like, ugh. 3 years. Okay. Yep. There you go. Perfect example. I can remember that, but I couldn't tell you what I ate last week. It's good times, though. You gotta remember the good times. And it was ridiculous. So there was that, too. I'm so tempted to open another pack of cards, you guys. Oh, that's right. Oh my goodness. It was the first campaign. Oh my god, that was so long ago. Ah, sorry. I hate how robotic I look when I burp. It's the worst. Um, yeah. Pretty sure my kid just left already. Food brabs happened just like that. It was the Easter one shot. You're right. That was a while ago. God damn. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to continue and finish editing at least one of three, because it's gonna take 3 videos for me to post from our or it was a one shot I did from our one shot in person game that we had while Matt was here. I'm gonna have to get on at least part 1 for this month. Hopefully, I can have it done for the 22nd, because that would be great. It's crazy. I had like the whole map and everything, and everyone had their own characters because Steve, who played Urian and now plays Gavin, he had a friend 3D print all the characters of everyone from campaign 1, and then he painted them and then gave them to everyone. So everyone had their own like little mini characters here. So we had like a little Creed, and we had like a little what's his name, Car, and then we had a little Urian, and then he also brought over a couple other characters so that way Adam could play one and that Christine could play one. It was super cool that I got to like see the old characters do it. And like the premise of the one shot was, I wish we had a Muppet. I did ask Dylan if he could come and join us for the one shot, because the one shot idea was it was an adventure in the past. So the story idea was basically our campaign 1 characters. Obviously, they had so many other adventures that we just didn't cover, essentially. So they got to play again a blast from the past. They even had Bitsy. Bitsy was still alive, which was their Kenku. So it's like it's super fun. Like it's one shot from the past sort of idea. Unfortunately, Dylan was unable to make it. That being said, congratulations to, if he ever watches this, to him, his fiance wife. I'm gonna just call her his wife. They had a child not too terribly long ago, and they are currently pregnant again. So it's huge congratulations to them. I'm really freaking happy for them. They are like the cutest couple ever. Like almost too cute. I just want to like smoosh their little faces. So he was unable to make it for our one shot for obvious reasons. Busy, being a daddy. But we had Adam there as a new character, and then we had Christine there. Spoiler alert, since you guys don't know this, Christine was playing Luna Blackthorn, which is Urian Blackthorn's little sister, who they rescued from his father after they killed his father in the campaign. So, yeah, it's around that era of the game where they had Bitsy, they had just finished rescuing Luna, and all that sort of stuff. So it was really kind of fun and crazy. It would have been great if Bonesy was there, but yeah. actually, Christine was mentioning, I I guess it was you. Christine was like, "Ah, oh, I can't wait to get my commission for Maya," and I was like, "Oh, cool." She's like, "Yeah, I ordered it a while. I'm still waiting for it." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't realize it was from you because she didn't mention who. And I was like, "Oh, I look forward to seeing it." So, um, I look forward to seeing it whenever. Now I know who the artist is. Oh, I can't spell. Can't spell because I can't see. You don't even have to explain it to me. I totally get it. I'm sure she's not too worried, but I am excited to see it, so I'm just saying. But yeah, life happens literally to everyone. It's nothing to even apologize about. Life is fickle and life is crazy, which is, like I said, this is why we're only going to do D&D 2 times a month instead of 4 times a month, because life's getting hectic for everybody. So it's time to, make some changes. I'm very pro all of that. And it's like my biggest thing when people try to apologize for being late or apologize for not being around or not talking or whatever. Like, depending on the situation, like obviously condolences on death, like obvious. But outside of that, like 100%, what I'd like to tell people is life happens, literally to everyone. Work, school, kids, family, life, death, animals, people, friends, bills, all the things. And it's like a lot of people don't really reciprocate that feeling, and everyone gets a little like, but what about me? And everybody's got to look out for themselves and their significant others and the important things in their lives. And not saying that their friends aren't, but if your friends are true friends, they'll understand and they can wait. And that's kind of how I feel about it. I do rely on a lot of my friends, but if my friends have things going on in life, I have to understand that because I myself have had my own life shit happen. So it is what it is. I hate that saying, but it's so works in the situation. You also, don't be hard on yourself ever. You're an artist, so you're always going to be hard on yourself no matter what because we are our own worst critics. Feel guilty on myself on that one. But life, everyone endures it. Never ever beat yourself up because you probably already do it enough without anyone prompting it. Like, I can't say much. I've dropped the ball many times. Yeah. Yes. That's that's a very well put way of wording that. Exactly. My eyes are just getting worse, but I hate the glare of my glasses on the screen. Apologies, I have to put my glasses back on. Wednesdays are my chemotherapy days, so health is hit or miss, which is why I chose Wednesdays to be on Twitch, which I gotta say, every Wednesday I have dreaded ever since I started chemo. I'm just like, oh, I hate Wednesdays. Wednesdays are gross. And then when I decided this month to start streaming on Wednesdays, I was looking forward to being here today. I was like, I'm like, I got stupid chemo, fuck chemo. But I'm like, I get to stay online and just sit around and be a nerd with people. I'm like, I like Wednesdays again. That being said, my eyes do kind of get blurry on the chemo days, but my glasses tend to fix that, so I'll just wear my glasses. I only brought it up because my friend just asked me how I was doing today, because today's Wednesday. I was like, I'm still streaming on Twitch. How are you? And they're like, chemo day, right? I'm like, yep, just still streaming, having fun. Which isn't something I would normally say on a Wednesday. So I'm just like, yay, I found a workaround to be happy today. Woohoo! I got to open cards. I got to talk about nerdy shit. Got to show you guys the liberated books. Oh, liberated books. Darn tootin'. Look at this smorgasbord of greatness. I feel bad because I plan to liberate more books. I'm so mean in a sense. I know my friend can make money off of these, but like, how much money are you making off these books when I could get mass amounts of enjoyment out of them and then share that enjoyment with other people? I can let the books live on. It's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. I so want to open another pack of cards. Oh no! My finger slipped and cut the plastic. Weird. How'd that happen? I guess I should just take the plastic off because with a hole on it, it could be a trap for my nosy kitty. Yeah. It'd be a shame to, see what this box holds for goodies. What's this? What? Look at that! It's a warrior gingerbread queen. I mean, this side still looks like cool too, but not as cool as that looks. Yeah, apparently. Let's see, it said it was held for a reason: race, ethnicity, or religion. I'm gonna go ahead and allow it because that's weird. I guess someone's used that word as a bad term before. I don't know. I've okayed it in my channel. But look at it! Okay, I'll stop geeking out about that. That's so cool. Oh, maybe. Alrighty here. Well, I mean, now that this box is open, I don't even know what this insert is for, but it's cool. I don't want it to get wrecked. So I'm gonna open one of these packs. Oh, you know, sure, yep. I mean, just. I just wanted to. I got nothing. I can't even think of like a funny or like quirky or clever excuse. Like, nope, I just want more card opening. But I also just really wanted to show you the Wilds of Eldraine as well, because they're so pretty. Where's my Lego cam? Here we go. Boom. Ooh, art card. Ooh. I like this style. Who's it by? Rowan, Scion of War by Abigail Larson. Cool. Come on, camera. It doesn't look like it's focusing. Wait. Aha. It's kind of wiggly, but it'll calm. Got it. Oh, what else we got? Ooh, this looks cool. Thrawn, War Machine. It's an artifact creature. Well, I've never seen anything quite like that before. I've also not seen that symbol with the hammer on it before. That's gonna be one that I'm gonna have to look up. Oh, hi, Onyx. I was just talking about you and how dangerous the plastic. Yep. Do you want to come in, or are you just gonna go over there and talk at me? It's my cat, Onyx. She is the biggest baby ever. She, oh god, don't fall asleep in my arms. She's a little rescue. And she's a big whiny baby and a big sucky baby. She likes belly rubs and belly kisses, and she doesn't mind my aggressive harassment of love towards her. She is very needy, and this is her only preferred way of cuddling. Otherwise, she's trying to eat my hair or lays with her feet in my face because she doesn't actually know how to cuddle. Yep, she loves this. This is her thing. But baby, I'm on the screen, so you going window? Why are you looking at me like that? Go window. Up. No, you just came to harass me. Oh, come on. That's about as big as she's gonna get. She was like super tiny and like starved half to death when we had her, or when we first found her, and she was stunted from malnourishment when she was younger. So she's 2.5 now. And she's like the cutest little beanpole ever. Her nickname is the Squirrel. With the whiny voice. That's so unsightly, Onyx. Thank you. While I'm on camera. And I just... Sorry. Cats. Oh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, this is pretty. So that card I want to look up. I'm also probably going to look this one up later as well. It's so pretty. Look at that. And obviously it's a foiled card, which makes it extra cool. Ooh. Ooh. It's mermaids. Oh, sorry, I'm getting excited. So, the Wilds of Eldraine, it's fae and fantasy. And obviously they're all fantasy, right? Like, ooh. But no, when I say fantasy, like you saw the gingerbread, it's fantasy like gingerbread people, fae, fae folk, elves, mermaids. I'll show you the mermaid. Oh, on that one? Yeah, definitely. Check this out. The mermaids. Here we go. Super cool. Basically, yeah, Jenkins, the Wilds of Eldraine is very similar to that. I'll have to go down and grab my box in a second. I obviously still want to look at this. Oh. Ooh, I like this card. Legendary creature, Agatha the Vile Cauldron. And it's a legendary rare card. Right? And every style of these cards are different because they're all by different artists. And as I said before, I promote and love to promote artists. So like on all of these cards down here at the bottom, it'll tell you like who the artist is. Same with on the back of the art cards, it tells you who the artist is. I freaking love it. Dutiful Griffin. Oh, there's a griffin. Oh, what else did I have in my other deck? Oh. It was so cool. I had Mother Goose. Like old Mother Goose. It was so cool. Again, I'll show you in a second. Sacrifice 2 enchantments and return it from the graveyard to your hand. I don't know if I'd do that. Griffin. Here's some fairies. Fine. Or I can destroy a target tapped creature. Ooh, I like that. I have this one. I do like it. I also use it a lot when I'm playing Magic the Gathering online. The Picklock Prankster Pixie. Oops. Let me just... Tedder. My cards stay. Galvanic Giant. Oh, she is stunning. Yes. Oh, I like her. Nope. Onyx, you're either in the window or you're out of the window. Go. Up, up. Up, up. Get. Move your booty. Up, up. No, what are you doing? Ugh. Stop being that way. Disdainful Stroke. Right, that's not bad. Oopsie. Keep mucking up my pile there. They're so slippery. Aquatic Alchemist. Oh, it's so cute! You got the potion bottles. It's an elemental creature. a card that Shadow will love. This one has a fox in it. And we all know how much Shadow loves foxes. Check that out. But it's a beefed up fox. Oh, well, that's cool. Okay, this one's even better for Shadow. It is an elf fox warrior. It's a ferocious werefox. It's so cute. And cool. And then, of course, your basic land card. Which, even though it's, like, considered to be a basic land card, look at the art. It's still amazing. Like, absolutely love it so much. Oh, I can't get enough of this. Actually, I'm going to go downstairs and grab my Wilds of Eldraine real quick. Real quick. I'm not excited. You're excited. Okay. Don't judge me. I have way more cards downstairs. So this is my Bloomborough box, which I think is just super cute. Oh, let me get rid of that. Look how cute! All the little otters. It's full. Just gonna put that back away since I wanted to show you guys the other ones. Same. Not a fan. I feel so angry about the AI stuff. I can't even. So this is my Wilds of Eldraine. I mean, obviously, just stunning with like the crystal. And the pixies on it, and yeah, this is also full. Not an addict, you're an addict. But I wanted to show you some of the art from these also because, and that's one thing. Also, another reason why I like truly do appreciate Magic is they're still keeping artists alive and fed. Some artists do multiple cards for multiple series, but a lot of cards and a lot of art cards that I've seen are all by different artists. Every single one of them, and it's amazing. Which is why I was like trying to tell you guys like the names of some of the artists on these art cards. Like, so pretty. And it's so good. And they have so many different styles of art as well. Look at that. It's beautiful. I can't get over it. Like, who's this one by? It's called Cooped Up, and it's by Jody Muir. M-U-I-R. And every card tells you who the artist is. It's great. And this is the Wilds of Eldraine. I'm pretty sure Mother Goose is in here somewhere. I Again, amazing, stunning. This one is by Valera Lufolina. I am probably mispronouncing that. There you go. Right? Which is another reason why I want to take all these art cards and make my collage of art. This is who did this card. And again, 81 art cards in this series. Look at that. An elemental fox or elemental wolf with a little squirrel, like, so creative. So cool. Here it is. The Goose Mother by Jesper Edgesing and Engsing. I don't know. I'm terrible at pronouncing things. But that's the artist. The artist's art. Look at that. The Goose Mother. There's a little Mother Goose. But she's got like Hydra heads. It's so cool. It's so creative. Look at that. Look at all the creatures and the detail and yeah, because geese are terrifying, actually. In Canada, we call our Canadian geese cobra chickens. Look at that. Isn't it so cute? It's like kind of terrifying and weird, but it's so cute at the same time. I wish I could have been the one that coined the cobra chicken thing. I don't know who started it, but it's precise for how insane they are. Can you stop being a butt? Of course, she's gonna lay right behind me. Wait, aren't all my books behind me? You're gonna lay right beside the... Typical child. Oh, here's another one of the old Mother Goose. And I like how this is a totally different artist, different art style, same Hydra Mother Goose. Like, I don't know if the artists talked to each other and they were like, let's make Mother Goose into a Hydra, or if it was like something that Magic requested or what. But the fact that two different Hydra, like, white geese, and the artists are like, they're so totally different. Like, where is she? You know, you have like two different styles of the same creature. It's so cool. I'm totally geeking out just over art cards. I'd never be able to pronounce that name. But look at this. It's an anime style. So you're never ever going to get bored of looking at any of these cards because they're all so vastly different with so many different styles of art from all around the world. It's great. Right? Which way does this go? This way. Again, it's like kind of anime style. Like that guy's totally gonna get his head chopped off by a woodland nymph, I'm assuming. You have to sleep up against the book. You have to do this way. I know you're a cat and that's what cats do, but... Move my books over here. You look disturbed that I move books. Cats. Ooh, I like this one too. I really just like the colors. I looked this artist up on Twitter, and his art's phenomenal. He's done art for Genshin Impact. Sorry, my brain isn't working completely today, but this artist that did this card did work for Genshin Impact. This particular card is so beautiful. I would love a print of this on my wall, if I'm being honest. I eat. So much. That would be super cool. I would totally be into that. Oh, and here's another one of the anime ones. Just the magic, like, so cool. But so yeah, so this series, The Wells of Eldraine, is very fairy tale. There, fairy tale fantasy is a bit better way of me describing it, because you got Old Mother Goose, stuff like that. So and then like you have your token cards, like a dragon egg. Agreed. And not a lot of people know that. And that's like another reason why I'm really excited to be coming back on the Twitch, just even solo on Wednesdays, and talking about just my nerdy ass shit. Like, because I'm into so many different types of nerdisms. Oh, definitely. They've recently started doing, I wonder if I have any here. Full art cards. I think we did see one in the Bloomborough series. Let's see. Oh, those are more tokens. Like, this would be considered kind of a full art card, but not entirely. Because it's still got a border. But they have borderless art cards and borderless land cards, which are beautiful. I'm wondering which one of my cards collections would have one. Actually, so funny story. There is a pack of land cards. It's Japanese inspired, and it looks like old traditional Japanese like tattoo and art, and they're full art cards. Those are absolutely beautiful. Go me choking on my spit again. I don't know how I'm still alive some days. I don't think I ever saw any of the full art cards in the Wilds of Eldraine. Where did I see them? More likely in the Bloomburrow. I'm gonna keep those with those. Oh, totally. It looks very similar to some of his styles of stuff too, the Japanese ones. Might have a full art card in here. Here we go. Here's a full art land card from Bloomburrow. It's also a foil, so it just makes it extra pretty. Oh, I had an art card in there. Actually, that art card kind of reminds me of Secret of Nim. Very Secret of Nim-esque to me. Or Phantom of the Opera, but rat style. Let's see. Maybe it was in a deck I built. Next time I'm online, I will definitely be building a deck with you guys, even if it's like from one of my other massive cards. This is a Japanese style card. It's a land card. It's not the same style as the ones I was talking about, but it's still cool. Another full art. And I know I said it last week, but you weren't here last week, Jenkins. Like, one of the things that I'm absolutely adoring about Bloomburrow, outside of the fact that everything's super freaking adorable and I just want to squish little faces, but every land card has a season, or all 4 seasons, which is new. Normally you don't get that. Like a mana card's a mana card, and it is what it is. But Bloomburrow went as far as creating a season, or all 4 seasons per land, which is just cool. So the plains, you'll have spring, summer, winter, fall. And same with the mountains, same with the islands, same with the swamp. And they've not done that with other series before. So I got a little more excited. So I'm like, ooh, extra new art? Yay! Let's see what they got here. Darn, I thought I had more of the full art cards. I do need to organize all of these. I'm sure if I just pull something here. Oh, here's that Psychic Whorl that I have the art card for. It's very abstract. Oh, so I have that plains. Mountain, island, plain, mountain. cards are upside down. That's annoying. I don't have OCD. You have OCD. Yeah, it's like super like abstract. I personally really like it. I know a lot of other people find it like busy, but here's your boss, your otter wizard. Or the rat otter combo. Or another otter wizard. Ooh, you have another otter wizard. This is a dual color. They're so cute. I just, ugh, ugh, ugh. I can't get enough. Yeah, so like when I was talking about the different seasons, right? The otters are pretty strong. So here's obviously one's foil and one's not. But one is spring, one is fall. It's the same land card. They're both plains. There's also a summer and there's also a winter. But it's the same scene, just I don't know. I don't know why I like it so much. I just do. I'm just weird that way. Let's see if I just pull a random. Of course, planes are right there. Oh shit. Alright, here we go. Randomly, just that worked out so perfectly. Is that all 4 seasons? All 4 seasons. Here we go. It's this swampland, but it's all 4 seasons. So, I have to bring this bad boy up a bit. Let's see here. They're all swamps, but they're all different seasons. I don't know why I get so geekily excited about the fact that they did that, but it's so cool. It makes me very happy and excited. Oh, he went CDs. Now I showed that off after talking with him. So, yeah. So I think next week I'll do like, we can start some painting, and then while I'm waiting on like my primer to dry, I can start building a deck of a sort, and we can go through them because these are all Bloomburrow. These are all Bloomburrow. I have more Bloomburrows downstairs. So maybe we'll make a Bloomburrow deck. I could also make decks with other series, and just like for anybody who doesn't know Magic that well, you don't have to stick to the series of cards that you get them in to build a deck. I just want to do it that way. I know people who mix series all the time. There's nothing wrong with it and no one bitches about it. It's pretty natural. For things like that, I often like to chant OCD for myself. I gotta make sure that these are all actual. Nope. Okay, these aren't all just Wilds of Eldraine. These are Wilds of Eldraine, so I'm just gonna keep them all together. Oh, that's getting full now. Just worry about my cat knocking things over if she does wake up. Called it, look at that. Aw, I only got like 10 minutes left. I mean, I could stay longer, but I also do need to eat dinner. If you put your mind to it, like, honestly, I feel that I roll better with my druid dice while playing a druid. Could just be because I believe it works that way. Yeah, you're right though. Yeah. What do you mean the dice don't roll better per character, per style, per thing? You're right though. And actually, that's like one of the big reasons I really enjoy playing D&D and why I really enjoy playing Magic. You can have all the skill in the world. You can know everything about these games. But at the end of the day, it's all about the roll of the die and the shuffling of the cards. It's all the luck of the draw. Because, yeah. That is a nice coincidence. See, that just works. But like with Magic, since I know you're not familiar, say this is my whole deck. Clearly it's not. You draw 7 cards. Great. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here's my 7 cards. Am I gonna have anything worth playing? I don't know. It's all luck of the draw. Same with D&D. It's a luck of the roll of the die. It's fun for things to not be completely certain and sure. Sure, it's frustrating if you're the player and you don't get a good roll or you don't get a good draw of cards, but that's what makes it fun and interesting. Like, for instance, I would never keep this hand of cards. I just wouldn't. I have only 2 mana, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures, and only 1 enchantment. And all of these creatures, I can only play 1 card, and it'd take me forever to play all the others. So, like, yeah, exactly. It's a gamble. D&D and Magic is a gamble, essentially. Like, sure, you might know your cards, you might know your deck, you might know how to play all the rules, how everything works, because, like, every series has their own little thing to it, right? So, like, for instance, in Bloomborough, they added a gifting mechanic. Mechanic is the word I was looking for, by the way. So every series of Magic cards has their own little mechanic. In the Outlaws of Thunder Junction, it was, I forget what it was. It was very frustrating. I didn't like it. Um, Bloomburrow is the gifting. The Wilds of Eldraine has its own. The D&D mechanic is rolling dice. The mechanic for the werewolves and vampires is there's a day and night mechanic. Granted, I don't know much about it. It is new to me. I'm still trying to learn it, but I like to go in blind, like I said before. But there is a card for the vampires and werewolves, and it says day on one side, night on the other, and it changes the dynamic of what your creatures can and cannot do based on if it's daytime or nighttime. It's a cool mechanic, really, because it makes sense, because vampires can't go out in the day and werewolves change in werewolves at night. So it's just it's fun, it's interesting, it's intriguing, it's creative, and like it's not guaranteed, which I like. I would not like that at all. So like 10 isn't a crit success, but 1 counts as a double fail. Like that's, it is a gamble, and I could see like how it could be lucrative for those who it would benefit, really, but like you lose times 2. It's even worse. I wouldn't want to play with that sort of mechanic in a game at all. I think it'd be really frustrating, because how can you double lose but never double win? Doesn't make sense. Sorry, I like this song. Maybe? I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense when you word it like that, if I'm being honest. Like, you're in a world of darkness, everything sucks, there is no light, so you're constantly on the dark side of things. I mean, I guess I can kind of see why it'd be an idea for it, but also, like, I personally wouldn't like that. I would get frustrated. But every game has its own mechanics and quirks, right? So there's always that. Ah, what? I don't know why I didn't think of this. I know it's like almost time for me to go eat dinner, but curious if I did this, if you guys could actually see my figures better. Of course it doesn't. No, you were supposed to focus. Last lane. It's like focus on my hands, but not focus. Wait. Why? Right? Takes after its owner. Come on. You know you wanna. If I just smash the camera on you. Bam. Not bam. 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 Hey, it worked that time. Sorry, I got excited there. Yeah, look at these little guys. I'm proud of them. They put a lot of effort into it. Thank you. Now you guys can actually see them. I'm just like, oh yeah. Look at the Minotaur butt. I gave him a nice booty. And then, like, I gave his terrain, like, different look. I didn't want it to all be the same style, so I kind of made it patchy. I still have to put terrain on this guy's face, though. I'm like, look, I like little eyes on the skulls on his armor. Maximum effort. Yeah, and I'm like, I'm super excited to get started on doing more with it. Like, I tried to add texture and stuff. Kind of made him look dirty and stuff. He's supposed to have a shield, that's why his hand is like that, by the way. I haven't painted him a shield yet. Like him, I made his armor like kind of a blue hue, but then some of the other stuff I made it like silvery. So now that I'm finally getting the hang of this, I'm hoping that I can get like the better paints. They're called speed paints, and they help so much more. They basically do like some of the extra work for you, so it'll fill in the cracks and it goes darker in the cracks automatically. Like things like that, it just does basic shading for you. It can't do it with all the colors, from what I've learned by watching people. But it does help do some of the shading work for you when you're painting. So that's the difference between the paints that I have and the paints that I want, is the speed paints. And then I also want to start learning to do the dry brushing, just to be able to make them pop a little more. Like, sure, these guys look cute and cool, and, you know, pretty proud of them. But I know I could make them look better with better quality items, right? So once I get all that stuff secured, those things, we're building and making those things with all the good things. We're gonna go absolutely mental. And like, you guys are gonna be there with me, and we're gonna like do all of this shit together. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna put all the detail and moss and all the things. I'm so excited. Or, you know, whatnot and what have you. I'm going to bugger off. I'm going to go get myself some food. I'm probably going to play BG3 after, admittedly. But we will be on here with D&D this Sunday, the 15th, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's the only D&D stream of this month, so you might not want to miss it. Wondering if the pointing helps with the dynamic and understanding. So yeah, this Sunday, D&D, And then I'll be back here again on Wednesday, and we can do some painting and some deck building. I would love nothing more than to show you guys my BG3, but it'd be spoiler alerts for everyone. I know not every gameplay on BG3 is the same, but some of the scenarios and spaces and places are, so I'm not willing to stream that. I'm sorry. I hope you can make it on Sunday too, Jenkins. Also, thank you for the conversation and hanging out. I really appreciate it. You too, Fredster, obviously. And anybody else that's come in and joined or just watched, all like lurker style. I do appreciate it. Glad you guys enjoyed. That's the paint. That is exactly 100% the paint, yeah. I have some on my wish list on Amazon right now. It's there's a price point where I'm just like, I got all these cards that ain't cheap, and I know like some people invested in me or would bought them for me to open online, which I really appreciate because I'm not made of money. But yeah, I nerdy shit's expensive. Let's be honest. Being a nerd comes with a very high price point, so you got to pick your battles and what have you. Yeah, they have a lot, Fredster. I am not even kidding you. It's amazing. But yeah, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make dinner. Thank you guys again for hanging out. I really did enjoy myself. I'm gonna join that competition, obviously, as soon as I log off here. And I'll see you guys on Sunday. If not, the video will be on here after we're done. And if I don't see you then, I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you, Jenkins. I'll let you know how that goes. And until then, if you guys want to chit chat, I'm on my Discord and or Instagram. You can message me on Twitch here, actually. I forgot about that. And all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. I hope you guys enjoy your morning, afternoon, evening, and night, depending on where you are. And again, thank you for joining, and I love the conversations. I'm stalling and leaving because I've had fun. And I will legitimately talk to you guys very soon. Thank you and bye.